How's everyone doing today? Alrighty. Switching to the right screen. We are live on YouTube now. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, let's switch to the right screen. Let's fix our posture. And hey, what's up, Renegade? Yeah, what you been up to? All right, let's go to the very top of here. So number one, we need to list all the keywords. Here we're doing a map. Shit, hold on. Did I call it is compound? We just called it compound. It should be is compound. Which means I think yep, and we forgot to do this. So yeah. Oh yeah, we totally forgot to do that. So yeah, this becomes an alter table. All right, so we do is compound and parts and all that looks good to me. Sorry, I just had to do one thing here. All right, there we go. So, yeah. Right, is compound is the field. We're altering that table, and we should be good. Let's get rid of this part. All right, so we got the migration. Yep. This needs to grab. Oh, what does that do? Oh, okay. Is compound and parts. So then keywords by org ID. All right, so that part's good. That part's good. Yep. So yeah, this is just keyword events. So that part's fine. Yep, don't care about that. Okay, so we've updated our fetchers. Or not fetchers, I guess. Repository methods? That's the right word. All right, so then next, what we need to do is update our controllers. And let's double check. What is the error in here? Ah, and now this is compound. I think, yeah, required there is a different bit. We definitely want to do the casting, but yeah, we need to think about how the other stuff works. And here's my next question. Hold on. We added timestamps, but do we need to manually update modified at? I'm not really using modified at anywhere, so it's not a big deal. I think it's fine. All right, so now onto the controller. And I think we can do the polymorphic, like, enum style thing. All right, so keyword response, right? We got list keywords response, but keyword response itself is a separate thing. And actually, we can just copy this one. Right, so we do simple keyword response, and then we're going to paste another that'll be complex keyword response, or compound, not complex. And then here, yeah, hold on. Let's close a bunch of these tabs that we don't need at the moment. So notification controller is a place where we're doing a bunch of this like polymorphism as well, right? Because there's email notification, Slack notification, etc. So yeah, this is how we do this part. So we could set the common part here. And this is where we can do an enum. We don't need to do the enum. It's just a Boolean. So yeah, it ends up being a one of. And I don't think the common stuff is common enough to matter. So yeah, it's basically just this. Type object. All right, so it ends up being one of those. So then from here, we just need to make these things line up. So value, I don't actually remember description being there. Yeah, description isn't there. But compound would also not have that. It is going to have is compound. Yep, we'll call that good. Let me get more music going. And yeah, how's everyone Saturday? What y'all up to? Let me double check how we're doing this. And I think the only reason this works is because we have those things defined up top. So we shouldn't need keyword part response here. We'll have to create it. I don't remember mentioning qualifier. I swear it's listening to the microphone. Hmm. So yeah, we're not doing qualifier yet. We will do a to do for it though. Oh, and DP Dev, thank you for the follow. Welcome. All right, what we need to do though is, since we've added all that, we need to import stuff here. All right, those should be accessible elsewhere now. All right, so hold on. Can we not specify a value? I might be able to do not, but it doesn't look like I'd even be able to use like the false value. It would have to be a T. I might be able to do enum. I don't think I'd be able to do one of, all of, or any of. So those require proper types. How is discriminator supposed to work? Oh, it has to map a binary to a binary? Hmm. So instead of the is compound Boolean, we would give it a type, and it's just simple or compound. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, so instead of the Boolean, we do a type. Okay, that's easy enough. I think it works. I think it's fine. So then for simple keyword, the only value allowed would be simple, right? Hey, what's up, G-Man? How you doing? I think Theo and a bunch of other people call me that. Um, Tej also calls me Griff. Whether you've heard them say it or not, it's at least common enough that it happens. I'm not worried about it. Yep. Yeah, that's probably it. I don't think description exists on there. And hey, thanks for the sub. Yeah, what you been up to, G-Man? Yeah, what's everyone else been up to? Wondering if type might conflict. We'll see. I think we're using type elsewhere too, though. Right? Like we have type on these others. Over here in common response. And I might have to do it this way too. But yeah, type seems fine as a property name. Converting to a modern tech stack at work. 12 plus hour days. Yikes. Been rough, but the end result will be so much better day to day. Gotcha. What's the tech stack? Like, what are you going from and then to? And then, oh, we got another follow. Dragski Dev. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yeah, I wonder if I'm going to need like a common, like keyword response, and that would have ID and type on it, right? And then like the read events, unread events, all that stuff. It would cut down on a little bit of boilerplate. Not that much, though. You're going from C#.NET backends and a mix of ASP.NET Angular, and Vue front ends to React Native front ends with node-based backends, with some exceptions like Python is being used in the data science projects. I got it. Yeah, I wonder if it would have been smarter just to standardize the front ends first. Right? Convert all the backends to just pure REST APIs. Right? And that's the whole point to building that separation of concerns, why I don't like my backends rendering anything. Because I can change how the rendering happens without affecting the back end. And then you can change the back end without affecting the front end. Because it's just data as like the common interface. So yeah, this is this is like the number one reason I push back on things like Live View and Hotwire and Livewire and all that bullshit. I just think they're a bad abstraction because it makes that kind of migration way tougher. And people who think like, well, when are you going to migrate code like that? You do. You do. It happens. I think I think there are too many people in the world that don't do the right amount of planning. If you just follow this pattern for everything, then when you do need to migrate, it's easy. As opposed to, well, we just didn't care about it because it didn't matter back then, right? The amount of effort it would take now versus later is what you really need to consider in building for the now. All right, so hold on. Let me double check that. So scattered siloed projects and make them all maintainable by any engineer. You did start with the front ends. Now you're retiring. Okay, so you did start with the front ends. Sure. And when you say service based, you mean like RPC style? I would keep the RPC aspect first. I wouldn't go changing the interfaces. But I mean, you guys do whatever you want. Whether it's REST or RPC, as long as you're maintaining that as a contract, changing out the backend doesn't matter anymore, you know? So it could be a Node.js thing, but you're still maintaining the interface. And then once you've done that part, then you could migrate the interfaces. I think migrating the interfaces is like a last, absolute last thing you do. And technically, the reason you do it last is because once you've got the other stuff built, you can maintain both. You can have the RPC endpoints and the REST endpoints, and then you're just changing like endpoint at a time in both, right? Like, or technically, you're just swapping out one endpoint at a time on the front end after you've already like double dipped and have both. Then you don't need to do the 12-hour day thing. I just think it's bad planning. I think there's a much more incremental approach that could have been done. But I don't know the full thing. I just know based on what you said. But yeah, I really, really wouldn't be changing interfaces. Not yet. That's like the absolute last step. Because that part can happen like very small, like one at a time. But whatever. Yeah, I just think 12-hour days is indicating a problem. Like that shouldn't be necessary. Like that hints at very poor planning. But I don't have all the details, you know. Is what it is. And hey, what's up, Jay? How you doing over on YouTube? What you up to? Hell yeah, Jay. Yeah, this is just co-working. We're just hanging out, working together across the world. All right, so then this becomes type. Ooh, they still hate it though. What are extensions for? Shouldn't have closed that yet. That was it. So they didn't like the atoms. No, nope. They still hate it. And hey, what's up, Todd? How you doing? Doing well. Trying to figure out how to do this discriminated union at the OpenAPI spec level, and it's complaining about something here. It's just not hinting to me what part is wrong. Oh, okay. Yeah, that probably is a lot more work to make a regular old React front end work for. Oh no, maybe. I'd still try and make that work first. Like, I feel like you could still make that work on the front end with a React project, but I don't know. I haven't looked into it. right? Like, I don't know. I feel like you could still do service reference stuff from Node. And I feel like you could do that on the front end too. Would it suck? Maybe, but it'd still be incremental. Okay, it's self-imposed. Got it. No, that's fine. I get it. I get it. That makes sense. I just, when I hear 12-hour day, I just immediately start thinking something's gone wrong somewhere. I heavily value my work-life balance. But, I mean, at the same time, I say that, but I sit here coding probably more than most people at their full-time jobs. you know? Like, I do my day job, and then I come here and do what is essentially like a second job as far as like the time that I put in. So, I don't know. Yeah, if you like it, then do what you like. Yeah, I get that, Cammy, but G-Man's talking about like at work, they're working on something they really want to work on. So at that point, is it any different from a side project? Only in the sense that there's no personal benefit to that other than the joy of it. Whereas like building a side project can eventually have, you know, other benefits too. You guys are definitely cooler coworkers. Now, like my other coworkers are pretty good. You guys are up. You guys are gonna have to put up some competition. I'm kidding. I got cool coworkers too, though, so it's tough. Do they take me to Mason's? They do not. They did take me to the ramen place nearby, though. So that's pretty cool of them. Oh, that's it. That's it. That's what I needed to do. Yeah, it needed to be like a defined struct, not just fitting the shape. That's a good point. But yeah, no, they've never taken me to Mason's. How dare they? Yeah. Ochiban or something like that. Oban. Yeah, Oban. Not bad. It's pretty good. It's like right there. Like we've passed it on the way to Mason's. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's not bad at all. Yeah, I wish there was a good one nearby, but like Oban's pretty close. It's not walking distance. I've gone to Benihana. Benihana's a bit meh. Like it's really not that good. There is a conveyor belt sushi place that I've not been that tempted to try. Then, yeah, hold on. Let me pop out the map. How do I do that? There we go. Open in maps. There's an Indian food place that's not bad either. Hyderabad House. Yeah, this one's not bad. I know this is gonna sound wrong, but you know an Indian food place is good when Indian people eat there. If you walk in and you only see people like me, I question it. Same thing goes for Mexican food. I pretty much don't want to eat at a Mexican food place where everyone in there looks like me. It's not a good sign. Oh, I didn't know there was this spot, though. I might have to check this spot. That's not too far of a walk. I've heard this Persian place is amazing. I haven't had much Persian food, so I don't know what I would even want to order. But I've heard this Persian place is really good. You went to a Filipino place in a strip mall. Best Filipino food you've ever had. Yeah, yeah. Like, one of my coworkers was telling me that people will fly in from out of state to eat at this spot, like super rich people style, which sounds really interesting. But yeah, I don't know what I would order. Looks like they got naan bread. Interesting. Yeah, the lamb shanks look pretty tasty. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to check it out next time I'm down there. I usually stay at the hotels that are nearby. All right, so yeah, that fixed our issue. We needed to do the discriminator that way. So that's easy enough. All right, so let's at least see, does the SDK build? Or did I break something? Looks like it builds. Okay. Yeah, I don't care about the operation spec warning there. All right, so then the next step, we got the response defined, but we don't have the request params defined. So that's like another polymorphic thing we got to do. All right, so update keyword params and create keyword params. Those are both going to be one ofs. So then, yeah, def module. So we got simple keyword params. Yep. Technically, we'd want to duplicate the ignored users. And we'd want to duplicate type. Let me get more music going, though. $100,000 requests a second? Yikes. Yeah, I did not read about that, Todd. Do you have a link for us? So, Artur, the way to think about it is if you build your backend as a REST API, anything can consume it as a front end. If you're using Hotwire or LiveView or whatever they call it, then no, because you're stuck with LiveView as your reactive primitives. So it's kind of a bad idea, in my opinion. But if you build a REST API, you can consume that REST API with any front end. So build your applications that way and consume it however you want. Yeah, I think LiveView, Hotwire, LiveWire, all that bullshit. Bad idea, bad pattern. No, thank you. Not for me. I understand other people like it. I just think that's because they're scared of React. Dude, that is crazy. Interesting. Yeah, this is really cool. Yeah, thanks for sharing this. Very cool. Yeah. Yeah, great little write-up, too. Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Todd. All right, so simple keyword params, value type is whole word, ignored users. Yeah, it was very interesting. All right, compound keyword params. All right, so we just take in type, parts, and ignored users. I probably need to make this an enum at some point, but that's something we can make a little better later. Are we not doing that already? We aren't. Oh. Yeah, so I should fix that eventually. It's not the end of the world right now. That would be a good fix. But yeah, what's everyone up to? Anything fun? All right, so then, yeah, this gets fixed. One of those. Discriminator, that. Yep. Nailed it on that one. I don't currently. I don't use it often enough that I feel like I would need it. Like, I haven't been prompted to subscribe for a while. There was a bit where I was getting a warning like, hey, you're running out of messages. Subscribe to not have it. But I haven't seen that in a while, but I don't use it that much. It's maybe like twice a day. Right? Like, yeah, looking at it, like, yesterday we did 3 of them. Sure. Today we've done 1. In the last 7 days beyond that, we've done 3. Like, I don't know. Over the last 30 days, sure. And those are like chats, so there's probably multiple messages in some of those. But it's just, yeah, I don't think I'm going to hit the limits, and Gemini Flash tends to be good enough. In the cases where Gemini Flash isn't good enough, I'll just switch over to Claude because I still pay for Claude. I'm considering canceling Claude at some point, though. You haven't watched it in a while, and I'm still using the same editor theme? Yeah, because people who change editor themes, I really question the motivation for something like that. Like, why do you need to change theme? I don't get it. It makes 0 sense to me. Font? Why are you changing font? What do you gain from it? Basically nothing. It's the illusion of productivity. For morale improvement, you shouldn't be basing your morale on that shit. No, I completely disagree. I think it's bullshit. No. It's like the people that fiddle with their NeoVim config. I get it, you might have fun doing it, but it's the illusion of productivity. You're not actually getting anything done. But yeah, Brazilian steakhouse for dinner. Nice. Yeah, enjoy, Todd. Yep. Yeah, have a great weekend. No, like Jetty, I think that's actually the case. The funny part to me is that some of the people that would defend changing themes and fonts all the time are some people who think games are a waste of time. Like video games are a waste of time. I'm not saying there's like a one-to-one overlap, but there is definitely a Venn diagram where there is overlap. You know, people who say video games are a waste of time, but then spend hours a day watching TV. Same thing. Yeah, I don't know. I got video games to play. I got whiskey to drink. I got weed to smoke. Those are the things I choose to spend my time on. Not changing editor theme. We all waste time, though. It's how you choose to waste it that makes you you. So, I don't know. Keep wasting it. I don't care. Just don't get on my case about it. All right, so create keyword params and update keyword params. We want to do the same thing. No, it's fine. I'm not offended necessarily. It's just you're not the first person to say it. We get people in here talking about font or theme or other really surface level bullshit on a pretty regular basis. So it's not necessarily that I'm offended. I'm just tired of talking about it. And if I can help more and more people recognize that it's wasted effort, then that's better. All right, so we should be able to rebuild the SDK again. No errors. Perfect. Oh. Oh, and yeah, that was broken anyway. So yeah, this is type. It's a string. Simple. It's called synthwave. But yeah, it's fine, Boom. I appreciate the apology, though. Thank you. I'm not usually into comments like that. And yeah, what's up, Yusufer? How you doing? All right, so yeah, alter table, that part goes away. So I think that was the problem there, and I think the rest should be okay. Cool. Hmm. It's weird when you get like a weird little allergy bump for no reason, but they go away on their own. Yeah, I didn't. I used to not have any allergies, and I've definitely picked one up lately. I'm curious what it is. My dad did end up getting like I don't know, some type of like pollen allergy at some point. It's weird how like you develop allergies as you get older. It's immune system stuff, I'm sure. Body not producing enough antihistamines or something. I don't know. But okay, so our validation logic should be good now. Some get cracking feedback. You've been using and loving the new AI helpers for commit messages and pull requests. Not always perfect like all AI, but super helpful. Nice. Yeah, there's some other ones that are really good too. Like the AI merge conflict resolution is pretty good. Have you had to deal with that at all yet? I would say that might even be a big thing with what you're doing right now. I think we have another one for generating change logs. That might be useful too. Maybe more so after you've finished your migrations. But yeah, let me. And is this with Get Kraken Desktop? Yeah, let me type that out for work. Yeah, let me type this out real quick. So yeah, have been using and loving the new AI helpers and for commit messages and pull requests. Not always perfect, like all AI, but super helpful. Sorry, just passing this on as some feedback. Makes me look a lot better. So, I appreciate that. Okay. So hold on. You are forced to use AI first and think later at your work. Problem with AI is the results are not at all predictable, certain, and same. For example, same code, same editor, same model, same question slash prompt. You get varied replies. Yeah, if they just allow us to pass in a seed value, you'd get the same stuff every time. But yeah, most of the services don't actually expose like a temperature value. The one thing that the commit messages sometimes get wrong is the subject will highlight a less important change than the main reason for the commit, which you understand. No way for the AI to know what is and isn't more important in most cases. Eventually, you see AI figuring that out. I'm going to share that part too. Hold on, we're skipping this song. No, thank you. Yeah, yeah. So let me just share this part. No, yeah, thank you for sharing the feedback. This, yeah, it makes me look way better. And then here's a question for everyone. G-Man, Coder's Life, are you guys using MCP servers in a lot of your work? Right? So, I mean, Coder's Life, if you're AI first, I would assume yes. We have a GitKraken MCP server. I'd love to like do some like user interview style calls where, you know, you try and set it up and we record your process and some of that stuff. If you're willing, reach out to me on Discord. I'll send you a link so you can schedule something. Yeah, I wonder. Yeah. That would be great. Yeah, yeah, awesome. Yeah, just let me know. Um, where was I going? That makes sense, Coder's Life. I mean, do you have like a personal machine you could connect with, and then at least you could try it? Like in general, I'm looking for people who are using MCP, and then yeah, if you just want to like do the call on a personal device, and you try and set that up, that could be cool. Yeah, totally up to you. There's no pressure, but if you want to, yeah, I mean, it'd help me out. Makes me look good. Hmm. If you end up trying it out now, like go for it. But if you feel like waiting until we have the call, that's fine too. Either way. But I would love to like see the install process or get your feedback on the install process. And whether you do it now or you do it on the call, either way, that's fine. But yeah, what's up, Portuga? How you doing? And yeah, that goes for anyone out there that would love to hop on any of these calls. Just send me a message. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily want you to do that stuff on the call. If you have a personal device, that would be ideal. I don't want to get anyone in trouble, but that's also good feedback. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's really valid feedback, though. I'm going to share that one too. Yeah, no, that's actually really good feedback too. If I am VPN'd. Yeah, no, this is huge. Okay. Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot of horror stories about what MCPs can do, right? Like with just the wrong poisoning, an MCP operating on the wrong code base could analyze something from the code base and like the prompts get hijacked and do gnarly stuff, right? Like there are definitely security concerns. right? Like just the wrong bit of text in some project's README can hijack an MCP to do malicious things, which is kind of gnarly. And it's not just the MCP, it's the LLM, but like the tool calling gives this power to the LLM that it didn't have before. And oh, buddy, man, we put away some of the whiskey yesterday, didn't we? I need to go to Costco tomorrow. Context 7. Okay. And then I guess here's one more question. MCP is Model Context Protocol, Portuga. It's something that allows tools like Cursor or VS Code's Copilot to do extra things, like call out to Git or interact with third-party APIs. But yeah, I guess there was definitely something I was trying to think of here. Do your organizations like are you at a place where you have like an internal developer portal where you can like download software? Like is GitKraken in there? Like does your work pay for GitKraken? Or are you paying for GitKraken yourself, I guess? Okay, cool. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, that's really good to know. So they will pay for a license for work stuff, and then you have a personal for personal stuff. Yep, that makes sense. Cool. All right. Yeah, just double checking. Yeah, I guess if you're on like an IDP, it's just, if it's approved, you just do it and you get the license and you're done, right? Whereas there are definitely orgs that don't have an IDP where you have to like ask and get it approved and go through like a budget process and all that. Interesting. All right. Well, yeah, let's keep going on our work stuff. You have hosted Bitbucket, and you generally use Git CLI, no extra costs. You had Tower, but they stopped renewals last year. Now everything is looked at from a cost angle. Yeah, I do wonder about that, right? Like trying, like, how often do you have to go through and like bisect to figure out when a bug was introduced? And how much time are you spending doing that versus like how much time you could spend with a tool that visualizes that stuff better? I guess that's some of the questions that are interesting. Oh, that's very cool. Oh, nice, G man. Yeah, I'd love to know more about some of that. I'm actually building a chat tool for Gitkraken called like Convince Your Boss. At which point, like you try and convince this AI that is like the worst dev you've ever talked to. He's called Neckbeard. You try and convince Neckbeard that it's worth paying for Gitkraken, and he really does force you to like think about how you benefit from it. So yeah, like the idea is that you can practice convincing Neckbeard, and then if you can convince Neckbeard, you can probably convince your boss. So yeah, that's like a thing I'm building, and basically the process would be, you ask enough, and then if it feels like you're not getting anywhere, we then have a pop up saying like, "Here's some stuff you could do to try and convince it better." Like we could analyze it using an LLM, being like, "Well, here's what you were trying that wasn't working. Here's what you could try again. Start new, and then start fresh." But then if you do manage to convince him, we also want to show a pop up that's like, "Here's what you said. Here's the bullet points, and here's a little bit of extra info about the features that you like or something," right? I still need to do like the resolution process, but the chat is working, which is pretty fun. Yeah, I'm pretty pumped on it. But okay, so we've got our data fetchers creating a keyword. Let's double check that part. All right, so inserting a keyword and updating a keyword are just standard. So that's not a big deal. Technically, our validation should be happening at the OpenAPI specs level. Yeah, so I think we should be good. I might want to like double check and test that, but I think we're good. So now we got to do the front end. Ooh. Ah, so I think that's wrong on the SDK. I use Tailwind. It's fine. That still seems off. Like maybe I shouldn't have discriminator. Yeah, okay, so now it's that union. And then, yeah, we've only got a little bit of this. All right. All right, so then here, okay, so the app's up and running. Yeah, we should be able to check this front end out. Let me close some of these that we don't need. All right, so yeah, some of that stuff spiked just recently, but not to a crazy level. And yeah, let me check plausible real quick. Really? It's a lot of visitors. I feel like I'm probably a bunch of these. Oh, very cool. France? We come from France? 33 unique visitors, though, over just a few days. That's kind of cool. All right, but hold on. Why did this fail? Yeah, I mean, it's a shame because it's definitely not even close to ready yet. Oh, and I see a bug already. Shit. Okay, yep. So it has to do with our email templates. All right, so those should build out, and that should at least fix something we got here locally. And yeah, we'll close that for now. Oh, and that's definitely going to fail because the servers aren't running. All right. So yeah, just the doubling up of the email part was the mistake there. Okay. So then we'll just say boo, create team, call that good. Let me get more music going. And let's try a couple. Oh, no, that's just a track. That one's just a track. Damn it, Wave Shaper. Wish people would label their albums versus singles on Bandcamp better. Because I really just don't want to listen to a single track. I want to hear a whole album. All right, this song could be good though. It's a collaboration between Lukash and Wave Shaper. Could be good. Full 360p. That was high quality back in the day. Yeah, I don't know about this song. All right, so keywords. We want to create a keyword, and this is where we need to start selecting between simple and compound, and then change the form based on that. And Tolga Tech, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How you doing? Nope, you pick the service that you want to ignore. All right, you pick the service, then you type in the name. Pretty straightforward. Yep. All right, so here's what we need to do then. First step is the new keyword layout, technically the keyword form itself. Yeah, that was an all right song. Yeah, we just need full albums. All right, so Wave Shaper, too bad, man. If you just put out whole albums, we'd listen to a lot more of your stuff. And yeah, I don't care if the user adds the keyword twice. Doesn't impact me. It's part of their billing, so that's on them. All right. So yeah, how we render the form is going to get heavy. First things first, we need to have the selector of the type. Yeah, I don't like it as a select dropdown. Let me see. We're not doing radios anywhere else. I don't think I have radio group installed yet. All right, so we get that back up and running. All right, so description goes away, and I think these just become a label. All right, now I got to look at, ugh, and that's super weird looking. Let's double check their docs. What does the code look like? Radio group item, and then label HTML4. All right, so that starts to look a little bit better. Oh, I love this song. We haven't heard this one in a while. All right, it's a little better. That I always mess up when I do that. Yeah, so for some reason the dot is not centered like it should be. Thinking I'd rather just make them labels too. I know, lazy dot. Oh, did my camera freeze? I think it did. Yep, give me a sec. So yeah, it is actually kind of a warm day. I gotta turn that fan on. Give me a second. For some reason, it kills the music when it does it too. Thought we crashed for a second. That would have been bad. Damn, and I really like that song too. I guess we'll just have to start it over. Okay. My damn numbers dipped crazy all of a sudden. Where'd everyone go? No, no, that was all on my end. Yeah, for some reason when the camera dies, it stops the music too. Like just Windows shit, you know? Yeah, yeah, this one's fun. All right, so something's up because it's not actually allowing us to change the value yet. Yeah, so that should be good. Yeah, this song reminds me of like some of those like 90s like songs. Um what's that song like Wear Sunscreen? You know, it's like the James Cameron speech or whatever. Baz Luhrmann? Oh, is that it? Oh, yeah, okay. I knew it was some director. Oh, people have said it was by Kurt Vonnegut. Nope. So then Baz Luhrmann just read it out loud. Oh, I see. Yeah, I didn't know who the original writer was. Interesting. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, wow, there's so much more like lore to this than I thought. And it was not Kurt Vonnegut. I knew it wasn't Kurt Vonnegut, but for some reason I had always heard that it was James Cameron, which isn't even close. Huh. Well, the more you know. So hold on. I think this is the issue. I don't think we need styling like this. I think adding the styles to the radio group was what was messing it up. It was. Absolutely. Cool. All right. So then we want to space them out a bit more. We'll say gap 8. Ah, so we messed that up. I need to rebuild the back end after making sure that orgs are spitting out the compound keyword prop. And hold on, let me get to that here in just a second. Based upon what you're talking about, that's plus R, right? Like I don't even see your name because the message is too long. But I'm just guessing. It's plus R, right? But I'll get to that in just a sec. Yep. All right. Got to practice having a good memory. Otherwise, it's all gone. Yeah, so billing tiers here. Compound keywords is the prop. It's a Boolean, and it's defaulting to false. But we're not spitting that out when we're fetching orgs, which actually means over here in accounts is where we got to do some of that. So get org, get org, get org, and billing tier. Billing tier then just gets spit out like that. So our fetchers should be good there. Just want to make sure there's not like a larger org thing to do here, but nope, that looks good. All right, so yeah, we're good there. It's actually then in org controller. And I would guess actually in org JSON. Yep, here it is. But that also means that we're not spitting it out on our schema. Okay, so now we can rebuild the SDK. Oh. And now that's no longer an error. Perfect. All right, so just wanted to fix that real quick. We got way more bugs to deal with still. Yep. Yep. But let me read. You ended up ditching Raylib and ported over to WebView. Much easier to handle the UI and styling, coming along nicely. You're just scared of emote caching in memory. Some of these channels you tested over 10 minutes gathered 500 plus emotes in memory. And you're doing this for a mobile app? Or is this a desktop app? That looks like a desktop app. Oh, dude. Like, really think about it. How big do you think those emotes are? Like, profile it. Like, let's actually look at the size of, I don't know, any emote. All right, so we do CM Griff Pog. Copy image link. About 4 KB. Right? So 4 KB times 500. That's 2 megs, dude. Like, no one gives a shit about 2 megs. You could send one message via Slack and consume another 2 megs of RAM. But yeah, no worries, man. Happy to like chat and discuss this stuff sometimes. But yeah, in general, if you were building a rocket engine, then maybe 2 megs matter. But even then, if you're building a missile engine, you can just add 2 megs of RAM and save yourself a lot of effort. Right? Because the missile's going to blow up when it runs out of fuel or when it hits its target. And the ultimate in garbage collection is done for you. Someone pointed it out earlier. I'm almost positive that they found out about this from me. I'm a little sad they didn't cite their source. They did cite like the original source, but they didn't cite like where they found out about it or where they heard about it. But here we go. So the only programs I know of with deliberate memory leaks are those whose executions are short enough and whose target machines have enough virtual memory space that running out of memory is not a concern. This class of programs includes many student programming exercises and some simple applets and utilities. It includes few, if any, embedded or safety-critical programs. Well, this sparked an interesting memory for me. I was once working with a customer who was producing onboard software for a missile. In my analysis of the code, I pointed out that they had a number of problems with storage leaks. Imagine my surprise when the customer's chief software engineer said, "Of course it leaks." He went on to point out that they had calculated the amount of memory the application would leak in the total possible flight time for the missile, and then they just doubled that number. They added this much additional memory to the hardware to support the leaks. Since the missile will explode when it hits its target or at the end of its flight, the ultimate in garbage collection is performed without programmer intervention. Right? It's about understanding the constraints with which you are working. Sometimes leaking memory is totally acceptable, right? Depending on the lifetime of the thing that you're building for. So yeah, like, that's one of my favorite articles. Yep. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, imagine, right? That person was working as a contractor. So every hour they spend optimizing and fixing the memory leaks is money that costs someone something. And when you're selling a missile for like $1 million, spending an extra 50 to double the RAM doesn't fucking matter. And you can build that into the cost for what you're selling to a customer versus the developer time that is a lot harder to amortize over the product lifecycle. And we know it would have taken more than an hour to fix. That contractor is most likely being paid at least $100 an hour. And if we think about it, it would probably be at least an 8-hour job to fix and test and run through all the test suites and all that stuff. At that point, you are massively spending more money than it's worth to just support the leak. I think that's something that a lot of software devs do not pay attention to. They're not business people. They're not running the numbers of like the cost value propositions, you know? Which is why devs make really bad business people in a lot of cases. If you can have a mind like that, you are valuable to the organizations you work for. Absolutely. 100%, dude. I really, like, I've been harsher than I should have been in the past, but that's one of the things that I think Spiridon misses in a lot of his critiques on modern software dev. Sometimes worse engineering is more cost effective. And by ignoring that, you're missing the entire point of why we get paid to do stuff. Because it has a business need. You have to think about the business when you're building. I think a lot of the performance over everything engineers really lack that business like mindset. And it's tough. Like, it's hard to teach an old dog new tricks if they don't want it. Right? The incentives just aren't there. They get paid because they're really good engineers anyway. So they don't have to think about where the money comes from and why. And I think it just creates a huge blind spot. And yes, this is a YouTube video I've been meaning to make for ages. This is one of the videos that I want to do in a robe, in like a nice chair in front of a fireplace, and like read it as if it's like Masterpiece Theater from back in the day. There's easily like 3, maybe 4 articles I want to read that way that I think would be some fun YouTube videos. Thing holding me back? I don't have a fireplace. Yeah, right? Like, you don't even have to like Jeff Bezos, but you gotta recognize that he's done something really well where, like, he is accessible. He goes and he talks to everyone at the company. Like, it's such a big company, he couldn't possibly talk to everyone, but he will actually talk to and listen to an L1 software dev, right? Get their opinions, get their feedback. He'll actually do that. I used to have a coworker who has sadly passed away, and it's crazy because he was like only 35 from a heart issue event, like among anything, like super sad. But he had this photo of him talking to Jeff Bezos when he worked at AWS or Amazon, maybe, like not necessarily AWS. Like, yeah, Jeff Bezos, at least back then, would actually go and talk to people at any level of the company. They're not just simply like, I only want to talk to the VPs type person. You don't have to like Jeff Bezos, but you have to admire at least that bit of caring about the business. That's like, it's really not something you can teach. Either you care or you don't. You can fake it as much as you want, but if nothing actually happens from those things, you're just wasting your time. But Jeff Bezos would actually listen to what lower level employees would say and actually act upon that shit when necessary. There's a lot to dislike. There's a couple things to really admire. All right, so compound keywords allowed. And maybe there's a better way to frame this. Yeah, a lot of businesses lose touch with their customers. Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, it's why my broken support button is not ideal. Like, there's a lot of stuff we got to do to the Messijo, like, actual marketing site. I'm thinking once we get compound keywords, I want to focus on the marketing site again. My broken support button is fucking me. Because someone could have reached out. Here's a question. Do you guys use a service for your support stuff? Like, is there a good support ticket system that doesn't cost an arm and a leg? I'm not talking Zendesk. No. Right? Anyone got a favorite, like, Zendesk alternative? Because I'm gonna have to start thinking about this shit, like, massively. Yeah, pricing considerations is absolutely my main cost, my main thing I care about. And of course, 20 competitors and oh yeah, I mean, just because we made the list, we get first place. I don't know. We'll look at their pricing. Didn't they just roast Zendesk for their pricing? The starting price for a monthly suite on Zendesk is $55 a month. What the fuck? Like, dude. Uh... And of course, yeah, they don't send you off site in any way. Yeah, obviously inflation. Let's look at Fresh Desk. Fresh Works, whatever. All right, that's more reasonable. 15's not the end of the world. I'd still love like a reasonable free tier. Help Scout, that's another. I doubt I'll need to go beyond the 100 contacts a month. Zoho Desk is probably pretty good. I don't give a fuck about conversational AI. Yes, they don't even have a free tier. Anyone have any experiences with these kind of tools? I'm really curious. And honestly, there might be some like self-hostable thing too. Yeah, what they normally do is they give you some kind of interface where customers can submit tickets and ask you questions and, they help you respond. If I can't find pricing, yeah, that's a no. No, not even just Jira. Jira requires you to have someone to manage the Jira stuff. Like it's not just tickets in Jira. It's there's a widget, like this little bottom button that you can click and you could ask stuff, and that's where the AI comes in. But you could also just have this up and running and like real customers answer. But then beyond just a widget like this, right? There's usually like a modal you could pop up to reach out to support, and the form and submission of all that is like hosted elsewhere. Like I don't know, Zendesk is like the most popular one, which is why this company makes this like Zendesk alternatives thing. Intercom is a big one. Yeah, Intercom's another big one. Front.com might be another big one. Yeah, no, and I've heard decent things. Intercom was one of the first that had like the little widget in the corner. User voice is another. They don't have pricing, which means I can't afford them. Nope. Oh, really? I think it still means I can't afford them. Yeah, no. No thanks. Gladly? Nope. Whoo! Nope. It looks like Jira Service Management is actually a thing. So yeah, you were right. I didn't realize that Jira had its own like service portal. I would expect Atlassian to have had something like that though. I just didn't realize it was called Jira. Of course, Rocket.chat. And yeah, like honestly, if you have a big enough business that you need this kind of thing, you're probably fine. You know, like you'd be okay paying $100 a month. Yeah, yeah, not bad. Redmine is one I've heard a lot of back in the day for self-hosting. OS Ticket. I wonder what we use at GitKraken. Hold on. Wait, if we're seeing it in Softaculous, that means we could probably get this stuff up on some bullshit shared hosting provider. And that might be a move. And yeah, Math Eagle, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Let me get more music going. And damn, it warmed up today, didn't it? Like, wow. The temperature in this room is almost 29 degrees Celsius. That is such a change from yesterday. Dude, yeah, 80 out there right now? Fuck that, man. Oof. Oof. Tomorrow, Monday, and Tuesday are gonna fucking suck. No, I don't believe in any of that shit. I have a separate React front end. I do not want my back end ever rendering templates or dealing with UI. I am fundamentally against any architecture like that. I want a back end REST API that is stateless. And I want my front ends to consume it however they need. Yeah, I think live view, hotwire, live wire, all that bullshit. It's a bad pattern. I fucking hate it. It's for back-end devs that don't want to bother learning how to do proper front ends. So yeah, I am fundamentally opposed. No. Phoenix is what I use for the back end, for sure. There's another tool to consider as well called Ash. I haven't had a chance to use it, but in general, think about how Ash and Phoenix can kind of work together rather than being competing frameworks. Yeah, I feel like Help Scout might be pretty good. Yeah, no worries, Kufko. And Kufklo, sorry. And also, like, you don't have to listen to what I say. It's just the way I like to build apps. So, totally up to you. Yeah, honestly, we could just do this through email. Yeah, I think we'll just go the simple route. Yeah, exactly. Yep. I mean, there's a reason there's so many businesses doing this because they can make a pretty good profit on some bullshit, basically. All right, so yeah, let me go use the restroom real quick. I gotta pee. And yeah, we'll keep thinking about this. Surprised there hasn't been a race to the bottom price wise. I think it's tricky because the race to the bottom involves hosting and a bunch of stuff, right? Like the open source version is the race to the bottom. And while they all want to be competitive with each other, they also need to make enough money for it to work, you know? So there's like, just because there's competition, as long as nobody is actually like majorly undercutting, then you're good to go. But realistically, if AWS gave a shit, they could build out their own service for that because, very much like Bezos has said in the past, your margin is his opportunity. Again, I don't like the dude personally from most of the things I've seen done in public, but there are a couple things that he's said and done that are part of why Amazon is so successful. Even your worst enemy says some good things from time to time. And he's not mine, but I'm just saying, like, even the worst person you can think of is right every once And, I missed another follow. Pansker. Thank you for the follow as well. And yeah, what's everyone up to? You enjoying your Saturday? I hope so. Yeah, what I'm curious is if you go over the contacts per month, what happens? And yeah, I would definitely prefer per seat pricing. Because, yeah, oh my God, dude. You got 10,000 people reaching out. You're paying 4.7K a month. Jesus. Jesus. But if you got that many people reaching out, then you probably got that many customers or more. So that's tough. Yeah, bots hit your site and bankrupt you. Exactly, dude. So yeah, I don't know. The key is you never give them an actual. You never give them an actual credit card. Oh, this one's nice. They at least like list the pricing. Yeah, yeah, self-hosted we were looking at. Um Honestly, like Zoho Desk is hitting that like tier at which we would have to deal with self-hosting anyway. That's a good point there, X Factor. True. Yep. Like they couldn't possibly charge you. Yeah, something to think about there. And hey, what's up, Kenny? How you doing? And yeah, Hunar. Yeah, welcome back. How you doing over there? Sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you. Config. Yeah, Vercel's great for free hosting, but it's like very limited hosting. Right? Like you can't spin up a VPS. Right? Like you wouldn't be able to spin up a Phoenix project on Vercel. But if you're okay with Next.js, well then yeah, you're probably good. Maybe Canadian Bacon, but a lot of those same companies are still paying for something like Intercom. That's the crazy part. Oh, and that's fine, Hunar. Like, I know you left for a bit. I still didn't acknowledge you earlier. So, yeah. How you doing? Yeah, yeah, exactly, Hunar. Like, here's the thing: is there no like Next.js native support platform? Because that would be so much nicer for self-hosting. Just throw it up on Vercel. You probably don't get shit for usage. You know, you're on the free tier, so don't give them any like credit card or anything. That, like, I'm so surprised someone hasn't done that yet. It's going in the Trello board. Hmm. And what's up, Justice? How you doing? And Hunar, you're saying EA Dice is having such a good time right now. Why is that? And then Comet Chat. I have not heard of Comet Chat. Ooh, let's go look at that. Damn, that is one hell of a jump between the two plans. Chat whoop. Oh. Oh, no, this one looks really good. Yeah, what's the platform it's built on, though? You still don't get much. Yeah, so here's the biggest problem, right? I don't necessarily want something I have to spin up an entire thing for. And no, Gig Elixir is terrible. Do not use Gig Elixir config. Config, I think you're missing some context. I'm not talking about hosting my app. My app's already hosted. Right? I am not talking about my app. My app is already hosted on a VPS, right? Gig Elixir is definitely not worth it. I would not recommend Gig Elixir. It is too expensive for what you get. Like, dude, I'm going to show this to people who are not aware. The pricing is insane. .2 gigabytes of memory for $10 a month. I'm paying $7 a month for 4 gigs of RAM. Only $200 a month for 4 gigs of RAM. I know. The fucking audacity. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Gig Elixir is the absolute worst thing, dude. Nobody should be using Gig Elixir. Need to understand our pricing? No, I don't. Simple and generous. Gig Elixir and GoDaddy are the same? No, Gig Elixir is so much better than GoDaddy. GoDaddy is like the worst of the worst. GoDaddy is basically a war criminal. Not literally a war criminal, but basically a war criminal. Compared to Gig Elixir, at least. Right? If we were comparing these things, yeah, Gig Elixir might spray some like spicy water at your dog with a squirt gun, and GoDaddy threw some tear gas at your baby. That's how like big the difference between those two companies are. And keep in mind, neither of these companies have literally done anything like that, but that is the comparison between how bad GoDaddy is compared to Gig Elixir. Gig Elixir still is insane with their pricing model. Like, literally insane. But that doesn't even compare to GoDaddy in any way whatsoever. Free option for what config? Like, let me just double check. Config, are you talking about like hosting my product or hosting a a support service? Because right now we're looking at support services. We're not looking at just generic hosting. In general, I wouldn't consider free generic hosting. No, that shit's gonna suck. Besides, like, Vercel or Netlify. If you want to host a .NET or a Beam app, yeah, you're just looking for a VPS. And any VPS provider will solve that. Hetzner, DigitalOcean, Linode, like any of those companies. Like, you know, pick your poison. They're all going to be pretty much the same thing. OVH is fine. I'm currently using server.pro. But if you need more customization beyond just like Ubuntu, well then yeah, server.pro is probably not for you. If you want to pick Arch or some other bullshit for your server instance, yeah, server.pro isn't for you. But if you're okay with Ubuntu, you can get a 4 gig server of RAM and 4 CPU cores for $7 a month. Like, dude, that's really fucking hard to beat. That is really, really hard to beat. Only place you would find better deals is someplace like Low End Box. And I wouldn't trust most of the people that do the stuff on Low End Box. And Hunar, I do have a Discord. Let me pass you the link. Let me grab that and paste it over to YouTube. Oh, that was not what I wanted. Hold on. All right, so that should work. I just got a link invalid for some reason, but you should be good. The free option on server.pro, I don't know what their free option is. I'd still recommend like $7 a month is pretty damn good. Like for the amount that you would get from DigitalOcean, etc. Like to get the $7 plan on DigitalOcean that Server.pro has, you'd actually be spending like $30 a month to get 4 gigs of RAM. And they don't even offer you 4 CPU cores, they only give you 2. So, yeah, like, it's pretty insane. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily, like, I would not consider Server.pro for the free tier. I'd say it's worth it to spend $7 a month. If you're really, really trying to pinch pennies there, config, yeah, go to low end box instead. Because, yeah, I believe the free tier on server.pro is time limited, and you might not even be able to do, like, web hosting. It's for, like, game hosting. That's their, like, core market. But, yeah, when you go to here, just go to hosting offers, maybe VPS under $1. Regnerd's fine. Like, there's a bunch of sites. They're probably fine. Server host is probably fine. For $11 a year, that's a solid deal. 1 gig of RAM, 1 CPU core. So check out low end box if you're really trying to pinch pennies. But just remember, there's like a baseline of value for these things. And if you go below that baseline, there's a reason it's cheaper than that. And it's probably not a reason you're going to like. They're either going to oversell your servers. The company might not exist in a month, you know? But if you're really trying to pinch pennies, this is how you do it. In general, be prepared to pay $5 a month if you want something solid. Yeah, the free tier on Azure or AWS or Google Cloud is probably better than what you're going to get with some of these fly-by-night providers anyway. I only trust ServerPro because one of our mods owns it. And I have a service that's been running on server.pro with no effort on my part. Like, the shit works, it still works, and it's been working for years. Holiday. Right? So I'm using ServerPro because I get to support one of our longtime mods, and it's been rock solid. Like, I've not had a single issue. I've never come to this site and it's just been down randomly. Like, dude, yeah, no. Server.pro has me as a customer, especially for the value. But it's not just the value. It's someone I know. I'd rather support someone I know than some faceless company. So I've got a bias for server.pro. Keep that in mind. You will not offend me if you want to use something else. But at this point, if I need to host a VPS and I care about the thing I'm hosting, I'm using server.pro. If I don't care about the thing I'm hosting, yeah, I might use one of these like $11 a year things instead. Like, you know, this is a pretty good deal for $11 a year, $10 a year, whatever. But just remember, this company might not exist in a year. Regnerd is here. So this is what someone was mentioning. Regnerd, bam, $10 a year for 768 megs of RAM. So yeah, Regnerd seems great. Definitely an option. But I don't know, man. All these things cost money on the company's behalf. So whenever you're looking for something for free, figure out how you're actually making them money. And if you aren't, there's something weird there. Vercel is massively subsidizing their free tier. Yeah, I don't think so either, therefore. I think server.pro is such a deal. Like, yeah, really good. We haven't seen Unknown Sheep in here for a while, but I hope they're seeing a bunch of people signing up and using it. That'd be cool. But if not, whatever. I'm very happy with server.pro for everything I've been using. But again, I have a bias. It depends on what you're hosting, man. You could run a single Docker container within 768 megs of RAM. That's, yeah, totally doable. You probably don't want to host multiple things on it. But due to just like separation of concerns and not letting one service take down another, you should probably only be doing one service per gigabyte of RAM anyway. So yeah, what we're back to is I really want someone, hopefully not me, to create a support platform that is self-hostable on Vercel. Your database would have to live elsewhere, though. A larger version of the $7 deal? You might reach out to him. Yeah, I would say that's some good feedback. At that point, though, like, yeah, like Server.pro is just reselling OVH and Hetzner, I believe. So, yeah, I mean, Hetzner is probably where you might want to consider going outside of that anyway. Especially if you're in, like, EU. Crisp.chat? Yeah, this seems good on the free tier. Yep, you use OVH. Yeah, yeah. And, you know, they're all good. But these are just concerns you have to have with what you're doing. Config. Vercel doesn't offer like a 1 gig like you're talking about. That's not even a thing. Like, go look at Vercel's pricing. That doesn't exist. It's not a thing whatsoever. You are not capable of spinning up an embedded database on Vercel. It doesn't exist. Right? Vercel is apples to oranges comparison with a VPS provider. Vercel is not a VPS provider. Railway is the closest you're going to get that has Vercel-like features, but allows other hosting. For $5 a month, you know, the up to 8 is bullshit. Yeah, you're probably only getting 512 megs of RAM. But Railway is definitely something to consider. You know, they're too expensive for me, but I am capable of doing the self-hosting thing, right? Of finding a VPS and spinning that stuff up. If you've never done it, how much is your time worth? It might be worth paying for Railway. Like, I have years and years and years of experience hosting on VPSs since before a bunch of this shit even existed. Right? Like, I've known about and used low end box for random shit since like 2012, man. I've had experience self-hosting for clients since way back then. And I'm not saying like the time matters. I'm just saying like back then, Railway didn't exist. Vercel didn't exist. Like none of these services existed and you had to figure that out. So I come from an era where like you had to. You were forced into it. Nowadays, yeah, dude. You're probably better off just using Railway. The amount of hours that I spent learning that shit is worth way more than the difference in cost that I'd be paying. But I've already put in that time, so now it's not a big deal. Like I remember to get PHP 5, you had to use an entirely separate like apt registry to get like the newest models, right? Even Ubuntu didn't have them. But this is when Ubuntu was like replacing Debian basically, because Debian was too slow to move. However, Debian was the recommended thing at the time at least. I fiddled with Solaris and oh shit. What are some of the other ones? I've had a Red Hat server before. I've had a bunch of them because I didn't know the difference between any of them. So I figured try them. CentOS. I've done some CentOS. Like, yeah, absolutely. The funny part is, nowadays, I'm pretty sure Debian has more up-to-date package registries compared to Ubuntu LTS. That's fucking crazy. Like, dude, that's fucking crazy. The version of Docker that's native to Ubuntu on the LTS branch is fucking old. Like, dude, it's bad. Yeah, it's crazy how Ubuntu has gone right back to being like Ubuntu was the thing to save you from old packages on Debian. And now Ubuntu has gone full circle and become basically the new Debian. So Hunar, I don't think hosting a server on Linux Mint is a good idea, right? Because Linux Mint is just Ubuntu with GUI stuff. You don't want GUI on your servers at all. Like, no, that's just wasted resources. Pop OS, same problem. So yeah, Hunar, I think you're misunderstanding the use case for what we're talking about. We're talking about server OSs, not desktop OSs. Yeah, exactly. It's a totally different conversation. We're talking about server OS. Yeah, crisp.chat does seem pretty nice. CentOS, Arch, or Ubuntu. Yeah, sure. I don't even remember the benefits of CentOS. CentOS is basically like the free version of Solaris, right? Oh, CentOS is the free version of Red Hat? I mean, Red Hat has a free version too, though, don't they? CentOS is basically dead at this point but it was Red Hat based. Okay. Yep. All right. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't used CentOS in ages. I do remember spinning up Red Hat though, because I swear Red Hat was free at one point. You were just paying for like the support. I could have sworn Red Hat was free at one point. I could have sworn there was a free tier of Red Hat back in the day. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of Fedora. Yeah, see, no, Red Hat definitely used to have a free tier. How long ago that was a long fucking time. But yeah, back in like 2012 for sure. And yeah, now, oh, I guess it's free again. Or at least was in 2021. Yeah, I don't know, guys. When Red Hat turned into Red Hat Enterprise Linux is maybe when it happened. But I mean, this even looks like it has something. Let me get more music going. Yeah, looks like maybe they removed it. For development purposes. Oh, maybe that was it. Yeah, I don't know. I do remember back in the day I was able to install Red Hat for free. I do remember installing Fedora too, but Red Hat was definitely one of the options. Okay, makes sense, Four Wheel. Yeah, I don't know. It's been ages. In general, I prefer serverless for most things anyway. I want to scale to zero. Like, if I didn't need Elixir for what I was building right now, and if I didn't need persistent WebSocket connections to like the Firehose, yeah, this app would have been built serverless. And then it would have been free to host wherever I want to put it, you know? Yeah, like this project couldn't possibly scale to zero, the one I'm working on. But in general, I like to build services that could scale to zero. Yeah. No, I understand, Four Wheel. I'm just reiterating. We got people over on YouTube that may not be reading the chat. It's a little hard to read right now. I should probably fix that. Yeah, we're going to switch up. We're going to do that. Hold on. Let me do that real quick. I understand that, Canadian bacon, but I don't want to pay for some VPS in most cases. Like, it's just not worth it to me. All right, cool. So our chat overlay should switch over here in a second, which means I should also... Ah, yep. It already updated. It already updated. Yep, nailed it. All right. No, Stream Parrot. I built Stream Parrot before I was fully on the serverless kick. So Stream Parrot is an Elixir API, and it's actually one of the reasons that I want to go fully serverless. Like currently, Stream Parrot costs me like $100 a month. A big part of that is I messed up and I had some runaway logging, so I had to increase the storage because it wasn't like log rotating properly. So that was on me. That was like a bug in the OS. I would if I could, Kenny. No, we had a hard drive crash. We had an external drive running APFS. You should never do APFS on an external drive. I don't know if you all know that. Definitely do not do that shit. HFS plus journaling is the only thing you should do for external drives. We had a hard drive crash that lost like too much of the source code that we had. Like a year's worth of changes that I thought I was pushing up to Bitbucket, but I guess I had forgotten. So yeah, no, Stream Parrot is just this snapshot in time of that code base that we can never change or update. We can't push bug fixes. We can't do anything to Stream Parrot. It's a dead project that is still somehow this zombie eating brains, just hanging out. He's like sustainably eating brains. No one wants to kill him. Time to rebuild? Not worth our time. It will never make money. Streamers are the worst target market. It's not worth our time to rebuild it. It works. It does a thing. It has a few users. It could just be a snapshot in time. But yeah, streamer tools? Fuck no. Streamer tools are the worst target market. Rython, it's a joke. So, testes. 1, 2, 3? I remember hearing that on a commercial back in the day. I don't even remember what the commercial was for. It was during the 90s. It was on the radio, though. And it was, testes. 1, 2, 3? And yeah, JD, like, feel free. Any streamer, use Stream Parrot. Like, none of y'all will push it to its limits. Like, yeah, use Stream Parrot if you want to chat overlay. I don't give a shit. Don't use it. I don't care. But yeah, if you find value in being able to make any old emote, like a smiley face, into your own emote, right? Because Twitches sucks. Right? Like, look at how pixelated that gets. Look at how good it can be with your own custom. So just saying, you know? Yeah, Stream Parrot has fun because you can brand your chat. Like, you know, if this were a, you know, Madden stream and I hate the fucking Cowboys, we could replace the word Cowboys with a poop emoji. No problem. In fact, I should do it for Astros, but I don't want people to think that I'm anti-Astro like the framework. No, I just think the Houston Astros fucking suck. They're the worst. Oh, they're the worst. Those cheating assholes. They'll never shake it. I don't care if they fucking trade every single person involved. They've tainted the entire fucking organization. Right? Like Ship of Theseus style.
the Astros are still a shit organization, even if they trade away every single person involved with that shit. Even if they fucking got rid of all that coaching staff, the Astros are still tainted. And they will always be tainted. There will always be an asterisk next to that championship they won. Yeah, Astros, a framework is fantastic. I don't know if y'all know. I brag about it enough that you probably should know. I came up with the 4321 port number. I did that. Technically, I made the comment on their discussion board about it, and then someone else implemented it. But I came up with it. And it's the best port number of any framework. Veets with like the site, right? Like 5173. It's pretty good, but it's still nowhere near as good as 4321 for a thing called Astro. It's all about like rockets and fly into space and shit. Right? 4321 liftoff. You can't beat it. And I did that. You're welcome. Oh, really? Dude, even their bot or whatever, right? Their command line bot is called Houston. Because of the rocket reference. So yeah, 4321 just nails it. And it used to be 3000. So you'd see like, because of like caching, you'd see like the Next.js logo when you launched an Astro site. That shit's unacceptable from a branding perspective. Hell no. Shit. Hell no. It's okay, X Factor. I operate at a higher level. I'm bullshitting. I'm totally talking shit. Sorry. Why not port blah 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 blah? Technically Canadian bacon because that is too large of a port number. I believe anything under 10,000 is doable. Yeah, once you go up to like 54321, you start dealing with like weird blocks of numbers in like port forwarding like blocks. Like you can't go below 1,000. And I don't think you want to go above 10,000 in general. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like, I think there's like stipulations about like port numbering and conflicts and some of that stuff. Like, you can't go below 1,000. That stuff's reserved for actual like services. And I don't think you can't physically go beyond 65K. That's another good point. I still think there's something of an issue going above 10,000 though. Or going to 10,000 above. Yeah, I might have that one wrong. As far as I know, you don't want to go above 4 digits, basically. I know there are things that do, like game servers have done it for ages. Oh, and maybe... Is it 1024? I thought it was 1,000. But yeah, maybe it is 1024. You definitely want to be above registered port range. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know where I got the 10K number. Yeah, I don't remember the reasoning there. But anyway, whatever. I am considering registering for crisp.chat. We do need to get some kind of support going for the main app. We have not actually progressed beyond needing to solve this shit, though. So, yep. Still got a bug over in here for some reason. When did I start coding? That's tough. That's a lot tougher to answer because do you count HTML with GeoCities? Do you count the CSS with MySpace? Do you count like the HTML class I had in high school? Do you count the copying and pasting of like ActionScript I did for some of that shit? Or do you count when I actually started building applications, like web apps? I think that's like tougher. All of those? So then, yeah, we have to count GeoCities then. Probably like 1996, 97. Yeah, if you count GeoCities and just HTML, 1996 or 1997. If you want to, you know, take it to CSS, then that's MySpace. If you want to take it to scripting of any kind, well, then that would be probably like 2001 for some ActionScript stuff that I just copied and pasted. Maybe 2003 for like the first like app that I published. Like I made a website that was basically like a Flash app. And then if you really want to count like understanding what I'm doing, like when did I write my first for loop? That would be 2009. But I had done just a bunch of shit in the meantime. Like I'd even built out a WordPress site for a friend before that 2009. And that's where I got onto the whole like self-hosting and stuff like that. Like when did I host my first VPS? Maybe 2007? 2008 maybe? Somewhere around there. That said, these numbers don't matter. They don't matter at all. You could have just started programming and be better than me, you know? You can learn all this shit real quick. The resources are there in a way that they just weren't back in the day, and I had to put in way more effort to learn this shit. Nowadays, you could totally catch up and be better than me at all this shit with enough effort. Right? The time I've been doing it isn't something to brag about. It's not something you should care about. It's not something I care about. It does give me some perspective because I know some of this history, but it doesn't make me inherently a better programmer. No. We all know people who've been playing guitar for 20 years and still suck, right? I definitely know people who've been snowboarding for 20 years and still suck. The time, like their first time doing it, doesn't matter. It's about the effort you put in during the time that you do. And effort is something you can't even measure. You can't measure effort. You can only measure the output of effort. But yeah, no worries, Khalil. And dude, how's your stream going? Yeah, I feel like we've made it into your stream from some raids, but I haven't had a chance to raid you. So yeah, I'm sorry about that. I definitely owe you. You've raided here a bunch. Like, I owe you for sure. I never see you going when I'm going. or when I'm ending. One of these days. No. And I get that. I'm saying it without any provocation. I'm saying it without any provocation. It's just something I think of when I see it. I hope you know that. I feel bad I haven't had a chance to raid you. That doesn't require any input or response from you. I'm just announcing it. Right? Like, I declare bankruptcy. I'm just announcing it. All I got to do is say it, right? But yeah, X Factor, you started messing around with code back in the GeoCities MySpace era as well. Fuck yeah, man. As a joke, I hope, Kenny. I hope it was a joke. If not, well, shit. That's a bummer. It's a way of protecting his assets. Oh, you said you wish. I missed that part. Sorry, X Factor. Oh, I missed the I wish part. Yeah, sorry, I just scanned too quickly. My bad. Yeah, you only started any of this stuff in 2016, and that's fine, dude. Like, there are so many resources. You have the chance. Everybody today here learning programming for the first time even has the chance to get really fucking good really fucking quick. Because the resources are there. And they weren't back then, back in my day. Oh man, I had to learn how to program uphill both ways. In the snow. And I'm just bullshitting. Yeah. Like, the time doesn't matter. The effort's the only important thing. If you're putting in the effort, you're fucking killing it. Just keep putting in the effort. Yeah, like Rython. This is another thing I love to shout out. I've been snowboarding since 1999, I want to say. I went to Mount Hood my first time during 2002. And I was not a park rider. I didn't ride rails. I didn't do any of that shit. My first summer at Mount Hood was really eye-opening. And then from there, I started like focusing on park and all that shit. I want to say around 2006 is when I got sponsored for the first time. And that's when my sponsor me video is from. I don't know. I could give you the link if you care. But around that time, like, dude, I ended up getting to know a kid who just started snowboarding within like 3 years. But because of the people he rode around and because of the effort he put in and the amount he was willing to fail, he got sponsored pro within like 3 years of learning to snowboard. Like, that shit's insane. Derek Lever. Fucking uncanny. Right? Effort, talent, and surrounding yourself with people better than you. That's how you get really good really quick. Take away the talent, his effort, and the people he was riding with dictated everything and made him the snowboarder he was. Better snowboarder than me. But he also gave up on it pretty quick too. Right? When something comes too easy, you don't appreciate it. So there's definitely a little bit of give and take to learning something too quick and becoming too good too quick. You don't appreciate the effort and like the circumstance and the things that made you really good. Because it came too easy. So I don't know. There's a lot of nuance to all this stuff. At the end of the day, You have to enjoy what you're doing. Doesn't matter how talented you are. Doesn't matter how much effort you put in. If you don't enjoy doing it, you're not going to last anyway. Yep, exactly. And I know I'm drinking the whiskey. I'm going to get all like weepy and sentimental on you. I just love this about stream. I can work slowly on a project. We did a bunch of work earlier. We're going to get more work done too. We're going to keep going. But my favorite part of any of this is just being able to chat and hang out. We can take moments like these and y'all aren't fucking sweating me like, where's the code, bro? Why aren't you coding right now? Because we weeded those people out ages ago. Streaming is all about cultivating an audience that you like interacting with. If you don't do that, you're going to burn out of streaming real quick. Anyway, yeah, sorry not to get too sentimental, but I really appreciate you guys. I appreciate the audience. Like, I don't know. Yeah, there's just something really cool. Whenever my numbers dip, like, oh, if I go below 40 viewers, I do feel bad about it. And then I remember that there are streamers that would kill for 40 viewers. You know? Like, that perspective is not lost on me. Like, you really have to focus on appreciating what you have. Yeah, exactly, JD. And I'm not saying, like, no, people should feel bad. Like, dude, it's just... It becomes something that you expect. And if you don't appreciate it while you have it, it becomes really easy to, like, feel bad about it, you know? Yeah, no, seriously, JD. Just keep putting in the effort, man. Just keep building. You know, don't feel too stressed about getting code done all the time. Like, involve your community and all that stuff. I got lucky. I got partner basically like at the tail end of COVID. I got really lucky that my numbers hit the level that they needed. Like, yeah, my numbers are not partner numbers these days. I'm not maintaining the 75 average because it's a lot harder to do that now. During COVID, it was way fucking easier, right? But yeah, if you just keep putting in the effort, make your stream fun for people. And yeah, just like keep my biggest thing is you have to rate other people. You have to treat it like a community. You just have to like do that, you know? You got viewbot attacks last year. I get you. I mean, no matter what, apply. If they say no, you can always apply again. It's not a one and done thing. What they would love to see is if they deny you and your numbers are still good and you keep going, then boom. I got lucky because they had neglected the partner applications for like a few months ahead of that TwitchCon in, what was it, 2022? And me and like Rox, right? Rox Codes, Rockstar, if you remember him. Like, we both got approved for a partner, like, right, like, just a week or two ahead of that TwitchCon. Like, we got really lucky. If, like, him and I are both one of the few people in this category that got approved first try. Do not expect to get approved first try. You have to put in more than one. Because they actually recognize that if they deny someone and they give up, they weren't partner material anyway. And I feel bad saying this a little bit, but Algo Bro got denied once and fucking gave up. That's not partner material, man. It really, really isn't. Twitch knows that. They've got the metrics. If you're like pushing super hard to get it and you don't get it your first try and you give up, yeah, they have metrics that show that as a thing. If you keep it up after your first attempt and you stay like doing it, they know you're nailing it. I think the fact that I stream 2,000 hours a year, minimum, probably weighed into getting it first try. But even then, I think it was just more of circumstance. They had a backlog. If you met some certain criteria, you were fast-tracked. So circumstance is what got me there first try, more than the effort I put in. And yeah, treat it like a community. Like, don't feel pressured. And honestly, becoming a partner doesn't actually do that much. I feel like they've massively opened up the amount of like transcoding they give to affiliates. Back when I was pushing for partner, I had to start by a certain time of the day to make sure I got transcoding so that like people could change the quality of how they watch stream, because some people watch stream on really shitty connections that can't do 1080p. But they could do 720 or lower, right? I would actually stress out about that before I hit partner, just to make sure I started stream at a time when my viewers could make sure they got transcoding. That's the only feature of partner that I find valuable. Guaranteed transcoding. The other parts, the check mark, any of that shit, dude, who gives a shit? Meaningless. Totally meaningless. The partner lounge at TwitchCon, it's not some crazy thing where all these like handshake deals happen and like, oh, you're just some badass who's a partner at Twitch. No, it's just like actually a chill area away from the crowds where there's actually seating. There's very few places to sit at TwitchCon. There's seating in the partner lounge. There's basically no seating elsewhere, which is fucking weird, isn't it? Like, you walk around TwitchCon, you see people sitting on the floor all over the fucking place. It's fucking weird, dude. How much would it fucking cost to just bring in some fucking benches, man? Yeah, there's a check mark you get as a partner. Maybe it doesn't show on my stream, right? Because it's my stream, but no, yeah, you see it here in chat. You got the broadcaster badge, and then there's like the verified check mark. That's the partner check mark. No, it's fine, Canadian Bacon. And then G-Man, yes, I work off an external drive. It is a Samsung T7, which is where the T7 of the name of the drive comes from. Yeah, you see it right here. I do all of my coding from an external drive because the Mac Mini I was using previously to this one only had 256 gigs of storage. With an OS and Docker containers and other shit, that 256 fills up quick. Now I've got a terabyte on my Mac Mini because I upgraded my Mac Mini, but I still store all of my like code on an external drive, which is where I'm coming at you saying, like, do not use APFS on external drives. HFS plus journaling. That's the only way to do external drives. You will lose data with APFS. If it fails in any way, you have to disconnect that drive immediately. Because the moment you reconnect that drive, APFS is going to go through and clean up all of the old data because it's very aggressive about restoring like that data, right? Like giving you all of the space on the drive as quick as possible. APFS, I actually consider it to be a bad file system. It works good for OS stuff. It's really bad for anything where like the drive could fail and you need to recover stuff. And it's been a long time, but Delicious Flaming Yawn was their name. And let me spell this out. We haven't seen them in ages. But it's like, you know, if you say it fast enough, it's Delicious Filet Mignon. Right? Filet mignon is a cut of beef. It's the really tender portion of a T-bone. Technically, I think it counts as the loin. Yeah, I would highly recommend HFS plus journaling. Yeah. Do not use APFS on external drives. If I had known, we could still be editing Stream Parrot right now. But yeah, APFS is really aggressive at recovering like dead sectors or deleted whatever. And Delicious Flaming Yawn works, or I don't know, at least used to work at a data recovery like business. And they were the person that confirmed, yeah, you know, APFS is the wrong thing for external drives just simply because of how aggressive they are at reclaiming unused space. Whereas if I was using HFS plus journaling, I could have gotten all of that data back, I bet. It's a bad file system in many ways. I think it's okay for like OS stuff. But yeah, maybe you're right there. Like, I don't know. It's like the default when you buy a brand new Mac system in general. Your core drive is going to be APFS from the factory. Yeah, if you're aggressive with your backups, sure, right? Like iCloud kind of saves you from some of that too, depending on what you back up to iCloud. But yeah, in general, APFS is really not great. Yeah, it's an Apple thing, you know? It makes sense for what they did and how they use it, but yeah, man. I'm anti-APFS for anything that I have control over. The Mac Mini I got, yeah, the local drive is probably APFS, but I don't keep anything important on that drive. Like the data I care about is on the external. And I push almost everything on that external to some GitHub repo as quick as humanly possible. But yeah, some of these conversations are just so fun. Like, what would I be doing on a Saturday if I wasn't streaming? Dude, it'd be really sad and pathetic. I don't even know, man. I probably golf a lot more, which I would consider a bit sad and pathetic. Right? Going out solo golfing is a little sad. I love golfing, but man, yeah, I don't know. I'd be watching whoever is CM Griffing in that alternate universe. Maybe, but If I'm being honest, I don't watch that many streams. I don't watch YouTube videos. Like about tech. I'll watch YouTube videos about other shit. But about tech? Nah, man, give me a blog post. Oh, some streamer posted a VOD? Yeah, summarize that shit for me, AI. If I'm being truly, totally honest, I haven't watched a Theo video in over a year and a half, maybe 2 years, maybe even longer. But I've definitely summarized that shit. I've definitely passed a YouTube video from Theo into, right, the summarize.tech like domain. Oh, I've absolutely done that. But watching a video, ain't nobody got time for that. I got video games to play, man. That's what you do with Prime's videos? And yeah, like, dude, yeah. There are definitely some Primogen videos I've done that with. But in general, keep in mind, I really like the Primogen as a person. I'm not a huge fan of his content. There are very few videos of his that I'd be like, you know what? I need to know what he said. It's actually super rare for me. Because I pretty much already know what his takes are going to be. Like, I've watched enough of his streams in the past. I already know what his take's going to be. He's not that mysterious. Once you understand a lot of his motivations and how he thinks about tech, you can predict a lot of his takes. And I think probably the same goes for me. Same goes for a lot of people. I would say Theo is harder to predict. Is he talking about one of his sponsors, someone who's like sponsored one of his videos? Well, then it's easier to predict. Exactly. Yeah, the way the money speaks is tougher. At which point I would say Primogen is more like morally consistent. And this isn't a slight against Theo. Like, nah, dude, he's making it work. He's making money. That dude's set for fucking life, dude. Don't hate the player. Don't even hate the game. I'd say don't even bother hating because it's not energy that you should spend. He's making it work in a way that I think we all wish we could make money just ranting about a thing for a half hour and then post a video and just be set. Like, you know, Prime, Theo, and all of them. Am I a little jealous? Sure. But I don't want to do that kind of content anyway, so I'm glad they're filling that void. I think at some point I'm being generous by calling myself a content creator. I'm a streamer. In the light of streaming being content, sure. But it's just not the same thing. It's just not the same thing. I consider streaming to be very low effort, which is probably why I do it so much. Because it takes no effort out of me to just click go live via OBS. And then here I am just chatting and hanging out and ranting and building some software, maybe. There is so much more effort into like having a proper YouTube presence. I massively respect the people that put in that effort, for sure. Even if I don't watch their content. And I think that's where I'm coming full circle about this conversation, right? Even if I don't watch that shit, I heavily respect it, and I'd love it if I had the same motivation. What I need to start doing eventually is paying some people to edit my shit. I bet I've had moments that are clippable here on stream. I'm not going to put in the effort to clip that shit and edit it and do whatever. I'm just not going to do it. I know this at my core. I'd love to be at a point where I could pay someone else to do that shit. But I'm not. I'm definitely not. I need to buy a fucking like condo or a house first. And then I could think about spending money on that shit. Anyway, back to the compound keywords allowed thing that we created here, right? And it is a Boolean. Like, do I even need to wrap it in Boolean? I don't know. The number of YouTube channels you know who have said editors are not worth the money is shocking. They go back to doing their own editing because they're not hitting the scale that they need. Nah, that's a scale problem. When you're at like Primogen and Theo's scale, you're insane to edit your own videos. Like literally insane. Nah. Yeah, I don't know there, Four Wheel. I think it's a numbers game. And some people pay for an editor before they have the numbers to justify it, hoping that they hit the numbers that justify it, and they don't, and then they go back to their own editing. It's a separate thing. Like, these people are probably thinking that the revenue from their stream of just like YouTube ad stuff will pay for it. No. Hell no, dude. Nope. I make like $5 a month from YouTube ad revenue, which is awesome. It's greater than zero, infinitely greater than zero. But no, if you think YouTube ad revenue is the thing that's gonna like pay for the editing, you're fucking up. You need to start seeking sponsors and shit like that, and then it pays for the editing no matter what, because you can just make another video that is sponsored by another company and all that. If you're not involving sponsors, it's not gonna work. It's just not gonna work. All YouTube revenue is just the smallest percentage of other revenue you bring in because you have a YouTube channel that serves X amount of viewers. And if you're not like treating it that way, it'll never make ends meet. %, their config. Yeah, dude. Pirate Software probably hasn't made more than like $1,000 off the views on his shorts. But you know what those shorts have done? They got him to make millions of dollars on his YouTube or on his Twitch channel because they were a funnel to his Twitch channel. And it's the same kind of thing. And I bet he's been paid thousands of dollars to play some of these bullshit games that he'd never touched again. right? Like Primogen. I bet Primogen made money from playing that one fucking Space Marine game. I bet Thor made money from playing that one Space Marine game. Because, you know, do they want to pay some streamer $1,000 to play a game or spend the $1,000 on some fucking Reddit ad? Well, you know what? They're already spending $1,000 on a Reddit ad. $2,000 on Reddit ads isn't going to be double the fucking value you get from it. No, you got to spread that shit around. Yeah, dude. Surly. Yeah, Pirate Software was hitting like 16K, like 20K before Mana Gem, you know? The act of not saying sorry and owning a mistake has cost him probably like $1 million at this point. That's insane, right? I bet most of us would happily say sorry for $1 million. I'd say sorry for things I didn't even do for $1 million. Oh, yeah, we all died. It's because you had a bad dream last night that might have involved me. Right? You know what? Like, the entire team died not just because I forgot to do my mana gem and I played badly. I think I also was in someone's bad dream last night, and that's my fault too. I would apologize for everything for $1 million. You know what? I sneezed a half hour before we all died. I think that might have been part of it. I'm sorry, guys. My bad. I think it put y'all in the wrong headspace. That's on me. Yeah, dude. Dude. Like, it's just the lack of accountability and, like, so much other stuff has been his downfall. Not just the fact that he could have clicked the mana gem. He keeps a counter of people he bans. That's not good. That's really not good. And that number gets to like 300 per stream. Like, I swear he's gotten close to 1,000 of people he's banned per stream. I get it. I'm very protective of my chat. But man, there's a limit there. Like, I don't know where the limit is for me, but at some point, when you hit like Pirate Software level numbers, accept the hate watchers, man. Like, at that level, you're gonna have hate watchers. I have hate watchers. And I'm not even at a crazy level. We have hate watchers that will fucking pay for botnets to spam my local dev server. Like, what the fuck? I haven't even made it, and I have hate watchers like that. That's crazy, right? Like, could you imagine what someone like Thor would have? At some point, make money off the hate watchers, dude. Oh, really, LG? That's cool. Man, now I want all the details. Dude, there's some weird fucking assholes out there. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, they could actually do something of their own. if they spent even a fraction of the time they spend hating someone. Yeah, I was going to allow it. Yeah, you're good. Straight up schizo chatter kind of stuff. Yeah, dude, it's so weird, man. It's funny to me, and maybe LG, were you a part of that? I know there were some viewers that we had that were regulars that were a part of a community where this dude had a bad interaction with one of our mods, and he blamed me for it. And then his community became a safe haven for my haters. Right? Anyone remember Star Ansible? The dude had like a bad interaction here, and Stacking, who was a mod for a long time and we haven't seen in ages, he fucking straight up ghosted me when I went to New York a couple years ago, trying to hang out with him. I hope he's healthy. I hope he's okay. I hope he didn't just die randomly or something. That'd be weird. But yeah, like, you know, Stacking timed someone out saying be careful or whatever, and that was Star Ansible, just randomly. And then all of a sudden, Star Ansible's chat late night became a haven for the haters of me. In like a weird fucking way, dude. But that dude doesn't even stream anymore because he cultivated such a shit audience. Like, it's actually weird. No, so I get it. They're Seni stream. No, they aren't even other streamers. They're just viewers that are chronically online. That's it. They have no life, right? How do you kill that which has no life? You can't. You can't. And some of these people just dislike me, probably for good reason. Like, part of the reason is I don't like the way they treated my chat and I banned them. Fuck me, right? But yeah, like, some people just have this irrational hatred. Just because they're not allowed in my chat anymore. Oh, I get it. I think I'm cool too. Thank you, T. Miguel. But I have so many fucking trolls. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're saying there, Seni Stream. Yeah, not sure. Are you talking to, like, you're actually referencing Pirate Software, not me, in that comment, right? I think you're referencing Pirate Software. Yes, Pirate Software has a bunch of haters that are actually just other streamers that are jealous of his success. Yeah, 100%. Totally. I agree. Me? Dude. How many haters do I have that are jealous of my success? I'm barely successful. Like, dude. Is 60 viewers success to them? I'm happy with it. But man, to hate on me for that? That's just weird. That's just weird. No, I have a confrontational personality. I talk shit to people. That's what I do. Like, I am directly confrontational in a way that breeds haters. That's on me. I need to fix that. I get that, their username, and I think any of those drama farmers, dude, boy, they suck. We have a former mod who's trying to, like, drama farm when they got banned. And boy, they suck. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, T. Miguel. Like, dude, there are just so many fucking haters. And the drama farmers trying to, like, capitalize on the situations, boy, they suck. They have zero empathy for the person they're trying to lampoon because they just want to make it. And they'll never make it if that's how they want to do it, you know? I feel a little bad for the streamer that tried to drama farm me, because I don't even think they've been streaming that much lately. I think the way they treated the situation is actually weighing on their conscience, and it's why they haven't streamed. It's why their numbers went down. Like, dude, just own up to it. Be cool, and I'd let you back in, you know? But man, some people just suck. They have zero empathy. And it's like they haven't heard me say 1,000 times, a ban on this channel is just an indefinite timeout. I am more than willing to bring people back in that I banned, as long as they, like, own a portion of how they got banned. I will own, half or greater of most of those interactions that get people banned on this channel. And the amount of people that aren't even willing to, have any ownership, any responsibility for why they got banned, that shit's insane, dude. They can't even own 10% of the reason for why they got banned. I'll own 90% of that reason. But if you can't own even the 10%, boy, you suck. It's insane to me. It's literally insane to me. There's a screw loose for someone that can't own 10% of a disagreement. It'd be better if they could own 50% of a disagreement. But they won't do it. They won't even do 10%. That former mod. Oh, we don't have any unban requests at the moment because I am quick to do the unban requests. I am quick to ban someone. I am quick to unban someone. It's not like a ban here is living in limbo for weeks. No, I will look at your unban request pretty much immediately, or within a half hour to an hour, because I don't always see them in the moment. I look at unban requests quicker than any other streamer I know. Because I'm quick to ban people too. Because I look at it as an indefinite timeout, not a get out of here forever. And too many people think it's a get out of here forever. And they use their unban request to just jab at me one more time. Yeah, boy, they suck. Yeah, we don't need them. It's fine. Too many people don't realize you only get one unban request. That's it. That's it. You waste your unban request, and that's it. It's a little strange. Anyway, let's get back to coding. I know we've been ranting, but it's a Saturday. We've gotten the back-end stuff solved, and we're just doing front-end stuff. But I need to do the front-end stuff. I feel like you're trolling right now, Dickie. You have been banned in the past. The fact that your comment and your message went through, and you can even see chat and stream, means that you're not banned. But I do think your name is really immature. And you do get some judgment based upon how you chat here because of that. I'm not saying an immature name will get you banned immediately. One of our mods is Moist Booty Boy. I'm pretty sure. I'm almost positive we banned Microdicky before. No, it doesn't show it, actually. I thought we had. No, it doesn't show it over here in the in the preview. Yeah, so no, I guess you haven't. Yeah, never mind, Microdicky. I probably just thought about it. I thought really hard about it. But no, you haven't been banned. In the future, though, Microdicky, when you're making a joke, when you are making a joke, please leave a kappa. right? That is the universal way of hinting that you're being somewhat insincere or sarcastic. This is where a mod that got unmodded and banned also fucked up. They've never heard about the Kappa rule. Like, motherfucker, it's not strictly a Twitch thing. Nobody knows you're being sarcastic unless you make it really fucking obvious you're being sarcastic. Don't just make a shitty statement and then say it was a prank, bro. I fucking hate prank people, right? It was just a prank, bro, is never an excuse. If it wasn't immediately obvious you're being sarcastic or joking, you fucked up in communicating your joke. And you could have been better by just doing a Kappa here on Twitch, or a winking smiley face anywhere else. The amount of people that don't understand that, who've theoretically been streaming here on Twitch, who've been on the internet for longer than, I don't know, a year, they should get that. They should understand that. Sarcasm does not exist via text without something really obvious hinting so. Use a /s, use a /sarcasm. There's so many ways you can do it, but people just don't, and then they blame the person for misinterpreting them. No, misinterpretation is on the original communicator, not the person that misunderstood. It's just that simple. And I shouldn't have to teach a mod about that shit. I shouldn't have to teach anyone about that. We're all adults here, right? I'm not trying to be someone's like, hey, I'm on the internet for the first time today. How do I interact with people? You should know that already when you come into a Twitch chat. But let me go pee. I'll be right back. Yeah, exactly. Hold on. The Seni stream, what you could have said is, my t-shirt is as old as XML. Hold on, wait. XDSL? That's actually an XML thing too, isn't it? I would have said instead, like, my t-shirt is as old as XSLT. That would have been more fun, right? XHTML, there you go. That could have worked too. Like, there's so many ways you could have made that joke. I don't know what XDSL is. Ooh, CompuServe from the dial-up days. Yeah, there you go. I'll take it. Right, my t-shirt's as old as Net Zero. Sure, man. No, what year was this? That was 2015. That was a good fucking conference, actually. My shirt was printed by a DS80. Oh, you meant DSL, like the alternative to like cable modems. So I know what DSL is. I didn't know it by XDSL though. Like, I know what a DSL line is for sure. Dude, I played Ultima Online with a 56K modem. I could run 3 tiles and then it would buffer, and then another 3 tiles. And then it would buffer. My t-shirt's as old as Ultima Online. Yeah, exactly, dude. You know what we should do, though? Hold on. Give me a sec. Let me switch to a scene. Let me go webcam only and take a fucking screenshot. Hold on. How do I do this? How do I take a screenshot? Hold on. Could someone take a screenshot of this shirt? Take a screenshot of stream. Send it to me. Discord, whatever. Bueller. That should be enough. Let's go back to our main thing. All right, you got it? Yeah, send that to me, Discord or otherwise. I want to tweet that out. I think Tessa would get a kick out of it. So if you don't know, Tessa Marrow, who is working at, what's the name of the company? Shit. AppRite, right? Yep. Yeah. She organized this event way back in the fucking day. And she kills it. Like, she's really good. And she's head of DevRel at AppRite, and AppRite just kills it. Seeing her do a bunch of these like meetups in Seattle and organizing conferences like this was actually a huge inspiration for me to become a DevRel in general anyway. So yeah, no, she kills it. She's great. But yeah, this was a conference she organized where I got to meet Phil Sturgeon. I totally got to meet Phil Sturgeon as an old school PHP dev. You gotta know how huge that is, right? Who here has done PHP for like a decade? That name, Phil Sturgeon, means a lot, doesn't it? That shit's huge. Damn, Surly, have you never tried to message me before? What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? Yeah, we're friends now, but like, dude, you've never tried to message me? You're the operator of my, like, Beanie account. And you've never tried to message me on Discord? That's so weird. That's so weird. But it's fine. Like, not weird in a bad way. It's just so weird. All right, so here we go. Here's the image. Copy image. Yep. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, let me pour some more water. And I'm not sure, is Robotic Head out there? I wonder if they're trying to game tonight. I know they were out of town last week. All right, I'm going to post it to Buffer. I should start using Kevin Naughton's thing here soon. I forgot the name of it already. But yeah, eventually I'll start using Kevin Naughton's thing to like do this multi-publish stuff. Oh, gotta log into Buffer over here on the other machine. No, it didn't. It doesn't even know what the actual issue is. Nah, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit, dude. It's Tessa Marrow. No code, no issue. Yeah, exactly. And what up, Lithium? How you doing? All right, so customize for each network. All right, so now I got to find Tessa on LinkedIn. And this is the part, dude. Kevin Naughton, if you're out there listening, like, just being able to autocomplete these tags would be fucking huge, man. So yeah, it's at Tessa Marrow on LinkedIn. What about Blue Sky? And yeah, like sometimes people just don't have the same thing across these platforms. And if you could make this like autocomplete like tagging thing work, oh man. So yeah, like I'm pretty sure I've told Kevin Naughton about that. He's building another like he's building a Buffer competitor. All right, so that's their handle, Tessa Marrow at B-Sky Socials. Let me just update that one. I don't like how she's glazing Elon there. We can ignore that part. She's still awesome. Whatever. All right, so yeah, we're pasting that shit. And no. Like regular autocomplete doesn't solve it. No, we're talking about like buffer.com and how people's handles on the various platforms could be different. Like if you're late to grab a LinkedIn, maybe your LinkedIn handle is different. Maybe you're like your Blue Sky handle is definitely different. It will be every time. And being able to autocomplete that shit per platform in a clean way would be huge. Like really huge. Making that process easier rather than forcing me to go outside of your platform like Buffer. Dude, yeah, like any Buffer competitor that makes tagging people easier cross-platform, take my money. I'll actually subscribe to that shit. I'm on the free tier of Buffer because I would have paid for it if this shit were easier, but it isn't, and they don't deserve the money. There's so much that Buffer could do better. I don't care about scheduling tweets. I just want to be able to tag people in the moment and cross-post. Tessa? No, Tessa's the best. Oh, Tessa's great. Tessa is one of my inspirations to get into DevRel. That was like the post I made. I'll show it here on stream, just so you know. Tessa's great. Tessa has been a huge pillar of DevRel for ages. Like, yeah, Tessa's great. Absolutely. Yeah, and she even shouted out, like, 'cause she knows. Yeah. Tessa organized this conference. And that was one of the first, like, I didn't realize this is before I went to Rust conference in 2016. This is probably the first conference I went to. I might have gone to WordCamp before that. But I always forget about this one because it was just here in Seattle, so it felt so local. But I got to meet Phil Sturgeon in person. I was actually eating at the restaurant or the bar across the street, and I saw Phil Sturgeon like chain smoking cigarettes before he went and gave his talk. And I'm a huge Phil Sturgeon fan too. I think a lot of people don't give enough weight to stuff they've done in the past. Like how much they influence people. And I'm guilty of the same thing. Like, I don't know, man. I get it. People might give weight to that. I don't actually want that weight. I think y'all could be huge. Y'all could do anything you fucking want, you know? You don't need me to tell you you could do it. Like, you can do anything. Like, you don't need me. So yeah, at some point, people might say, I fill that same void, and I don't think I want it. You had it in you all along. You just needed someone to tell you were capable. Yeah, like, honestly. Recognize your heroes. Recognize the people that inspired you. But also recognize that you could get there on your own too. And that's important. That's just really important. Right? And yeah, Tessa's even shouting it out. Here's what she said. Hold on. Let me at least, let me show it. Right? Lots of credit to Jeremy Amia. I don't know them specifically, but hell yeah. And then A. Woods. Andrew Woods. Ooh, no, I've met Andrew before. Dude, I've totally met Andrew before. A bunch of times. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, dude. Yeah, for sure. I've met Andrew a bunch of times at meetups. Oh, if I could type. Yeah, no, this shit's good. Yeah, nah, like, at the end of the day, recognize your inspirations. That shit's huge. Nobody starts from zero. But let me get more music going, and let me double check with Robotic Head. Oh, we're skipping that song. I hate song. God damn it. All right, no, we're skipping this entire album. I hate songs that have police sirens in them. They make me uneasy. Yeah, dude, I remember having so many good conversations with this dude. Fuck yeah. Ah, dude. Yeah, so cool. We live in a very small world. I hope you all realize that. Like, I probably fucked up by being a jerk to people here on stream. Like, I am unhireable at some companies because of the people I've burned the wrong way. We live in a very, very, very small industry. Like, it's crazy how small it is and how interconnected everyone actually is. Like, the 6 degrees of separation here in tech, it's probably 4 degrees of separation. We all have a lot of people in common. All right. Nope, that's a thing I can schedule as a post for tomorrow. Oh, JD. Yes, I know the dude's name. Yeah, and I think he works shit. Yeah, like I see a lot of his content still. I know they lied to me when they said I'm their first developer advocate. Bullshit. Like, come on. I'm not GitKraken's first developer advocate. Yeah, does he work at GitHub now? I think he works at GitHub now. But maybe it's just another, like, Git-focused company? Yeah, I don't remember what it is, but, like... Here's the thing. Nobody talks about him. They don't even acknowledge that I'm filling the same role they had. And that part's so weird to me. Like, dude. Here it is. Yeah, this dude. That dude. Yeah, this guy. Dwayne. Right? You're talking about Dwayne, right? You gotta be talking about Dwayne. I can't think of anyone else. Yeah, that's awesome, man. Oh, that's so cool. It's like such a small world, you know? And yeah, he seems really cool and he did amazing work. Like, yeah, man. I'm following in the footsteps of giants. For sure. I'm just a little surprised that they said I was their first developer advocate. Nah, dude, this dude was doing that. Like, don't blow smoke up my ass. But I get it. It's fine. Whatever. I still love the company. And yeah, like, I got big shoes to fill. Exactly, Space Case. Yeah, this industry is so connected. Yeah, he was probably developer relations or something, or community manager. Like, I don't fucking know, but yeah, exactly. Like, it's whatever. Splitting hairs between the roles. I don't know. Maybe it was just like, I don't know, big me up. Maybe by telling me I'm the first one, it encourages me to do other stuff. Whereas if they'd said, like, yeah, we had this person a couple years ago, I'd be too focused on just filling that same void rather than just like doing something different. Yeah, same job description, different title. I get it. I totally get it. Yeah, and whatever, you know? Whatever, man. The fact that, like, we, like, what I just said, that it's like, it's not 6 degrees of separation, we only have 1 degree of separation, JD. It's either Twitch or Dwayne. But we have 1 degree of separation. Even though we've never met, we've never chatted. Like, it's just so beautiful. I love the tech industry. It's really fucking cool. And there are other people that we probably have 1 degree of separation between. Right? Like, it's a very small world. And yeah, that's the tweet I'm gonna, like, schedule for tomorrow. No, that's fine, JD. If you'd be willing to message me, that'd be cool. I'm curious. But at the same time, like, you know, if even messaging me about it is over the line, I get it. No pressure. I'm not gonna, like, you know, don't feel bad about it. I'm not gonna stress about it. I think there are a lot of degrees of separation that are just, I don't know, it's like really beautiful. All right, so when do we schedule it? We do it, I don't know, sometime tomorrow. Let's say almost 11 a.m. Sure, why not? Fuck it. And yeah, no, that's fine, JD. Like, do whatever you want. Ask for their permission first if you can share it. And if you don't want to do any of that, it's fine. No, don't say it in chat. No. I meant if you want to, like, send it to me in Discord. That's fine. If you don't, fuck it. I'm not gonna lose sleep over it. Like, at all, dude. I'm not gonna lose sleep over it. But I do really kind of want to know, like, who else do we have in common? Shreyas. But yeah, dude, don't feel bad about any of this shit. Like, come on, man. Whatever. Do it or don't. Don't betray anyone's permissions in any way. Like, okay, yeah, let me double check. Ignore. Oh, no, yeah, dude. Like, I've totally played games with them, JD. Yeah, totally, man. No, they're great. Ah, dude. Yeah, they fucking kill it. Ah, man. I'm so jealous of, like, what they do. I've chatted with them only tangentially via some, like, WoW bullshit. But yeah, like, totally, man. No, I get that. It is such a small fucking world. And that's the best part. Like, I love this shit. I love this shit, dude. In the snowboard world, it's the same thing, man. Oh, wait, do you work at that same company? I don't necessarily want to dox it because it becomes really obvious, but... No. Yeah, not just Celia. I didn't realize you worked at Hero Devs. Oh, that's cool, man. Dude. Yeah, because, like, you do so much game dev stuff. Yeah, Hero Devs is great, man. I think they have a really good niche of, like, solving backwards compatibility problems for industries that need that shit. Like, it's very smart. I think that's huge, dude. That shit's really huge. Like, companies could even leverage you, like, oh, they're on Angular 8. Just help us upgrade to the latest, and then we don't need you anymore. But you know what? We'll probably reach out when we need you again because we don't have the process established to keep updating, you know? Yeah, dude. No, there's major value in just using Hero Devs to do some of that shit when you don't necessarily want to put it on your backlog. If you could simply have, like, for Angular specifically, a yearly update process in which you put in the effort to try and update and see how much it'll cost to do it properly, right? It's like a 2 to 4 hour spike to see if we could upgrade. And if we can, well, then just fucking do it. And if we can't, uncover the bugs and issues to do so. Every single company doing Angular should have a process for that because it's a very predictable release cycle. But there are companies that just don't. Yeah, right? Dude, that's huge. I didn't know you worked for Hero Devs. I'm a big fan, actually. Yeah, like a bunch of Hero Devs, they're the people that made Scully, right? Oh, that site's down. Yeah, Scully's probably dead in the water now, right? Oh, it's Scully.io. Yeah, like Hero Devs owns and operates Scully too, right? Or maybe I'm mixing that up. Yeah, maybe I'm misunderstanding that one. I thought Scully was like a thing by one of the core Hero Devs guys. But I might be fucking that one up. Right, Sander is the main dude. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Wait, this dude. Aaron Frost. Aaron Frost, right? Frosty? Frosty is like the main Hero Devs guy, right? Yeah, he's the CEO. Yeah, okay. Yep. Yeah, so, you know what? Technically, Sander is the main guy. But yeah, like Frosty's a big contributor. So, all right. So that's where I mix those things up. That's on me. But yeah, like, nah, dude. I'm a big fan of Scully. I think it's really cool. Yeah, man, it's just such a small community. Don't be a dick. And the fact that I've been a dick here on stream has probably made it to where I'm like not even considerable for some roles at some companies. I get it. You know, I just hope the people that think I shouldn't be considered could eventually recognize that I deal with too many like disingenuous people here on stream. And I gotta protect my stream. But yeah, you know what? I also need more water because this is a Saturday. So BRB, let me go pour some more water. I'll be right back. One second. All right, cool. I got more water poured, and yes, I need to use it. But hold on, JD, do you do fantasy football? Oh, you got to get going. If you got to get going, I get it. Anyone out there that does fantasy football, check out the fantasy football channel in Discord. We got a max of 16 people. I could increase it. The winner of the league will get $100 from me. Zero cost to join. But the winner, I will pay from just my own pocket $100. So anyone that wants to play fantasy football this year and possibly win some money, the more people, the better. I'll have to reach out to Vaders and a couple people that went AFK towards the end of last year. But yeah, no, we got a good crew and we got some stuff going. Let me reach out to Robotic Head real quick because I don't see him in chat yet, and they would normally be here by now. Yeah, I don't see Robotic Head right now. And then otherwise, yeah, let's get maybe a little bit of code going. I got games I can play on gaming stream tonight. I got too many games I can play, actually. So it's no stress if Robotic Head is unavailable. All right, Micro Dicky. I'm still gonna like your comment, but uh, Twitter showed it as probable spam. So I don't know if you know Micro Dicky, but Twitter assumes you're a fucking bot at this point. I find that really interesting. What does Twitter know that I don't? Ooh, hold on. Here's the thing. Huh. Is this a thing? Like creating an agents.md and then creating like a claude.md for it? Huh. I would not have guessed that. Yeah, interesting. Anyway, let's keep going. Oh. Yeah, I'd love it if there was like a common thing for that though. Right? Not just Copilot, but could there be like a common like yeah, agents.md? Like Copilot should honor all that shit. There needs to be some agnostic version of it, not Copilot specific. Like open prompting or something, right? Open LLM? Open agent? Like, yeah, honestly, contributing and README are separate. But similar to those, right? There should be something else, right? Like LLM styles or LLM prompts or I don't know, man. LLM guides, like whatever. How is there not a common thing for those? That's kind of a problem. Yeah, too many companies just solving their own problems without thinking about like the end user. I don't want to have 10 different files in my repo that do the same thing. Yeah, you say that X factor, but you know what? Yeah, there's a .vs Code folder that has a lot of your like VS Code config. Where like none of that transfers over to like NeoVim, right? So it's actually a tough problem to solve to make cross-compatible config a thing. Like an editor.yaml would be huge. Stuff that is like not editor specific but solves the same problems. Like, could you just ship an editor.yaml as part of your dot files or something? And it dictates your theme, your recommended plugins, kind of stuff. Yeah, plugins are so like editor specific that maybe that's not part of it. And themes actually are kind of editor specific too. Yeah, no. It's a tough problem to solve. Like, yeah, hey, we create another standard, and now there's 17 standards. There's 17 standards. We should create one that's like solves every problem. Now there's 18 standards, right? Like, you're not going to solve that problem in the right way pretty much ever. Editorconfig.org? I was not aware of that. Oh. Huh. Now, this is huge. I did not know about this. Does VS Code honor this? Visual Studio, but not VS Code? I would guess if Visual Studio supports it, VS Code probably does too. That'd be so weird if they didn't. Oh, you would need an extension to do it though? Oh. Huh. That's not good. VS Code should support it by default. Hold on, wait. Git bucket? What the fuck is Git bucket? Fuck it, use Git bucket. full GitHub API compatibility is actually huge. Oh, that's crazy. Ooh. I like that. I'd never heard of Gitbucket. All right. I like how they did their logo. That's kind of nice. That's actually kind of like really nice, actually. All right. Well, note to self, just another thing to learn. Oh man, I should not be yawning. I got so much fucking sleep recently. Damn, I see someone playing Mafia the Old Country. Dude, I kind of want to play that one too. I need to finish Indiana Jones first. How's the Indiana Jones game? Dude, it's fucking amazing. Yes, you should play it. I would put it up there with like game of the year. For sure. Yeah, no, it's like it's in my game of the year like category. If I think about it, Dave the Diver is last year. So yeah, like no. This year, Indiana Jones, man. Indiana Jones. Yeah, I'm gonna have to wait till Death Stranding 2 is on PC. Because I don't have a PS4 or 5 or whatever at this point. Like, nah, I can't even play it. It's not possible I could play it. So yeah, when GTA 6 comes out, that one's gonna be on Xbox too, right? Or like the newest Xbox. I could play it on Xbox. It'll be better when it's on PC though, right? But I don't have a PlayStation. So yeah, I'll probably end up buying GTA 6 twice. Once to play it when it comes out on the Xbox, and then another time to play it when it finally goes live on PC and we can do some shit. Ooh, I think my Xbox is updated enough to play some BF6. I don't know if it is, but yeah, like old platforms do hold back a lot of shit. Like trying to be last gen compatible makes a lot of games way worse than they should be. I think the right games do it a good way, but it's tough. For single player, GTA 6, I'm sure it's fine. But the moment you go to multiplayer for a game like GTA 6, right? Like the online, dude, supporting the old platforms fucking sucks. So yeah, that one's tough. Oh, man. Too much whiskey or just the right amount of whiskey? This bottle was full like 2 weeks ago. And it's a big bottle. This bottle was full 2 weeks ago. Oh, supporting IE11. Hypnotic. Hey, Hypnotic. How you doing? I was just looking. Yeah, you were streaming just a little bit ago. This is a big bottle. This is a big fucking bottle. This one's like a 1.75 liter. Oh, you're still streaming. All right, whatever. No judgment. You're still streaming. Wait, you're lurking while you're streaming? I get it. I've done the same thing, so yeah, no worries. No worries. That's what I appreciates about you. What are you doing on your game today? And if you're still going, I get it. Like, you know, you might not hear everything. That's fine. But yeah, how goes your game, man? Trying to get the checkout process finished this morning and then animating tonight. All right. Yeah, touche. I get it. I get it. I think I got a product that you might eventually want to use for maintaining balances and doing some of that bullshit, just to prevent you from having to spin up a server for that shit. You'd probably need a server anyway, but it saves you some of the effort. Walter is the thing that I want to actually like shill to a bunch of game devs. But we're not there yet. I need to launch what I'm doing, and I'm taking my sweet ass time, aren't I? I got bugs, man. I should solve the bugs. Let's do that. Bare minimum. Could I solve the bugs? Yeah, you know what? Yeah, some of the top level BS that we got to solve right now, I don't think I want to solve this today with all the whiskey in me. Like, no, I think we got other stuff to do. Simple versus compound. I want to do it from a fresh mindset. For sure. Here's the big thing, though, right? I'm not going to solve it today, but Monday and Tuesday, I actually need to start building a slide presentation for a talk I have to give on Wednesday. So we're going to have to pivot just a little bit. I have to give a talk at Seattle JS on Wednesday, which means Monday and Tuesday are focused on building that slide presentation and practicing that talk. Does that mean I got to solve everything today? No, it means I need to give a good bit of notes to pick back up on when we do this on Thursday. And maybe we do it on Tuesday after we've like practiced and all that. But you know what? Yeah, I need to establish where we're at, what I need to do, and the rest of it. So yeah, let's do some of that. Even if Robotic Head is like, you know what? I'm not available today. This is probably a good moment to leave off. All right, so Hypnotic, yes. I feel like you've raided before, and I could raid today. We're going to look at the list at least. I'm only human. You do have a good bit of priority, though. You're finishing soon, like 20, 30 minutes. I would say, please don't raid me. Yeah, I would say the same thing. Yeah, please don't raid me if you finish, like, right now. I get it. I owe you, and I will raid you at some point. But, you know, today we should probably find someone else. And I appreciate you for saying that, man. Yeah, thank you. So who's even going right now? Who do we go raid? You know what? Hold on. I really want to go raid Spiridon. I really want to raid Spiridon. Yes. No, we're going to go raid Spiridon. He's a good dude. I've been the asshole. And he came in here and made me feel like less of an asshole. By, like, you know, understanding, and, like, technically I felt like more of an asshole. But, like, the way I was being an asshole, he made me better about it. That's the way to phrase that. So we're going to go raid Spiridon. We're going to do that. He's a good dude. For sure. 100%. Here's the big thing. I don't always agree with everything he says, and that's not the point. By rating someone, I'm not endorsing every single statement they make. I just like them as a person. And I don't always even know the person, and I'll raid anyway. So, you know, rating is not an endorsement. In this case, I think Spiridon means well, and he has some good opinions. I disagree with a lot of the stuff he says when it comes to building software. But healthfully disagreeing with someone is the best thing we can do, right? Just because we disagree doesn't mean that they are the other. We can disagree. His rants are pretty good. I disagree. I think his rants miss the point. In general, performance for performance sake is mental masturbation. A lot of his rants miss the business case of why this shit happened. But we're not going to rant at him about it, so please bury that shit. Let's go say hi. Cheers. Later.